Hello, everyone. Hello, guys. Oh, thank you for the lurk, Fuyuki. Oh, congratulations on getting first this stream, Red. Seems like everybody was excited for ASMR Day. I am so excited to get started and do this. I'm also really nervous. I want you all to have a good time, but I'm so scared. I hope I do it well. Hello, Kaden on YouTube. You're exhausted from today? Well, this is the perfect stream for you to tune into then, Red. Don't worry. You got this, thank you. But yeah, I hope you're all a little eepy. If not, I'll get you there, don't worry. I tried preparing a lot of stuff for today. Well, as much as I could prepare. And hope why is my chat box there? Oh god. Why is my chat there? Hang on. How do I move you? Oh no. Oh dear. Okay, well, it's so tiny. Whatever. Don't worry about it. Don't even look at chat. Chat, I love you guys. Chat is not important right now. I'll fix it later. It's 3DO. I don't have the 3DO mic. later on, I'm gonna hopefully be able to buy it, and then we'll get some proper ASMR. Oh no, not Dad tuning into my ASMR stream. But yeah. So I have a couple things prepared, and it's mostly gonna be mouth noises, guys. So if that's like not your kind of thing, now would be the time that you're gonna want to turn away. It's okay. You can tune into the next stream. It'll be back to regular Juna time. WTF? WTF what? Wait, how much is it? It's a lot. It's like 400, I think, on the like the lower end costs. So yeah, it's a pretty pricey. Wasn't expecting. I told you it was an ASMR stream, but yeah, the chat is on top of my mic. Excuse me. So rude. Let me move this. Oop. There you go. Yeah, so it's just gonna be like a lot of like mouth noises and stuff. I'm just gonna be talking quietly like this. I'll probably also be reading chat as we go through it. I don't know how long we can realistically do this. Um, maybe I can push like an hour and 2 hours. It'll probably be a shorter stream unless I decide to split up the stream and do something else for like the second half. Because I don't usually make my streams that short. Blue Yeti. Blue Yeti does work, but I think my mic is fine for what I have in mind. I was testing it yesterday, trying to do ASMR noises and stuff, and it seemed okay for the most part. Like right now, I have my headphones plugged into my mic, so I can hear everything directly, and I can hear what you guys are hearing, and it's actually really relaxing. Um, but yeah, so everybody just like get comfortable, okay? Go lay down, sit down, get comfortable. Change into your pajamas. Lay down on some pillows, cuddle with a couple of them. I like cuddling with pillows. I like holding something while I sleep. Limbus Saturday is the goal. Hopefully we get there. But and if you're at work, just hide in the bathroom in the bathroom stall and hope that your boss doesn't catch you. Dies. So, how do I get started with this? Oh, wait, there was a couple more things I wanted to mention, but I don't want to forget before we get started. What did I want to say? Oh my god, I have the memory of a goldfish. Oh, I've got some surprises in the works, and I'll reveal more to you guys on our server. Probably in like the art section soon. So just get ready for that. I'm very excited. I did order like a box to put my microphone in, so it'll make like what's it called? It'll surround it so that the audio is more isolated. So the audio should become a little bit more crystal clear, and the background noise should be lessened. So I ordered that yesterday or the day before, and it should be coming in a couple days. So like it'll be in here in time for our next ASMR stream. No, not another person saving up for the push-up redeem. Stop it. No. I gotta say, if you guys want me to exercise, it would probably be a better idea to do it now than later when I'm in the middle of my ASMR. Thank you for checking into the reef, Caden. Oh, and thank you for the lurk, Red. Okay, if everybody's ready, I'm gonna get started. Okay, let me switch my mic stuff and get ready. Let me adjust some things. Boop, boop. Bring this over here. Pop, pop. Oh wait, yeah. Let me just show you the full outfit first. So this is my pajama set. Got cute little bunny slippers. They're so cute. And yep, it does show off my thighs. Very cute, very snuggly. This is something I would wear to bed. Anyway, but we're not here for that. We are here for ASMR. Ba, ba, ba. Boo. Okay. It's not a PJ set without slippers. Too true. I don't really like socks on my feet because they get hot and like it's uncomfortable for me unless they're really fluffy socks. But I do love slippers. Okay, you're doing it right in the middle of ASMR. That's so mean. Oh, and I'll probably lose tracking in my model a couple times. It's just gonna happen. We're just gonna have to accept that. Well, PP is coming. Are you lying to me? Or is it actually... oh my god, I wonder how many banners I've missed. It's been literally a month since I played Limbus. Hello, Glitch Boy. No eating Juno today, okay? Please and thank you. Oh, let me get my fireplace going as well. Frack, you guys can't hear that. I have to figure out what I need to do. Oh no, this is so awkward. Oh no, you can't hear my fireplace. Okay, whatever. I guess we don't need the fireplace. I'll figure that out for next one, for the next time. I know the new Kanto just dropped. People have been telling me about it. They said it's really good. I can't wait to get to it. But I still have to go through the other games before I can get there. Yeah, even like my regulars, it's still taking them a while. The ones that are saving up for my push-up redeem. Thank you for the hydrate, Blue Gum. Okay. I think I have the setting adjusted on my mic so that you should be able to hear me on like your left ear and your right ear. Yeah, that's what I wanted my laugh for. I wanted it isolated so that I could make it my redeem for everything. I'll probably try to add more audio like that in the future, but for right now, every single one of my redeems is just my laugh. Oh my god, hi Doc. How you doing? Okay, so guys, now's the time to turn away if you don't like mouth noises, okay? And if you're gonna choose to stay with me, then you're in for the long haul. Now get comfortable, everybody. Let's get ready for bed. wonder if I should turn the gain up on my mic. You're gonna hear a lot of more background noise than you usually do. But I think it'll be better overall. Oh no, I dropped something. Hang on. Everything is fine. So, I was gonna do like a scenario where I cleaned your face, like before bed. I actually took a bunch of stuff from my mom and my grandma because they have more makeup stuff than I do. So I'm like, can I borrow your brushes and stuff? So I have a couple of those things now. I mean, I might as well use it since it's here. Face is rather filthy. I can clean it up. Hang on. You weren't kidding. You are really filthy. I'm trying not to be too loud, guys. Just tell me if I need to adjust my mic setting or anything if it sounds too loud. I've also got some hand lotion here. You're exploring the new Woo region. Have fun. I'm actually really bad about lotioning. Like, I'm so tired after I shower that I'm like, I don't really want to put lotion on. I really know I should. It smells like peppermint. Sorry. I hit your face. I actually have to clean out my cosmetics on my dresser. I have some stuff there that are from like when I was 10. I just never used. And like those kind of products, they expire, so I definitely have to throw them out. I'm so sad that my fireplace audio isn't working. I'll have to fix that for next time. It was supposed to be my crutch, so now you just get Juna. Oh, and I have a couple brushes here. Brush, 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 listened to it? That ear cleaning ASMR? I've listened to it a couple times. It's pretty relaxing. It kind of makes the same noises. It's like I'm cleaning your right ear. And your left ear. Brush, 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 brush. I'm so sorry. I keep bumping into stuff. I always wonder how streamers handle getting rated during an ASMR stream. Do they like just stop everything they're doing and then like drop the voice and everything? Potentially like waking up people. It's like, oh hey guys, leave the raid. So I'm not sure how I'm gonna handle it if I ever get rated during one of these streams. By the way, I hope you guys enjoyed the scenic lighting that I got. I don't think so. Maybe. I finally decided to mess with my YouTube studio settings, and I found out I could do this. And I think it's perfect for the kind of mood I'm trying to set. And also, after going from this to like this, I look so white. I look like a ghost. So I might keep it dark, like a little bit darker than usual for our regular streams, because I just look so bright compared. Maybe it's the background. I don't know. I feel like a ghost or a vampire. I know what you meant, fire. It's okay. Yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying this. I'm listening to it through my headphones, and it's honestly really relaxing for me. I love ASMR. If I ever want to fall asleep fast, I listen to ASMR to go to bed. Water break. Should probably close this lotion before it hardens. Gets dried out. By the way, I've been catching up on the anime for this. I don't know. Is what's releasing right now considered winter anime, or is it spring? Well, I've been catching up to stuff. I have to go back and watch the newest season of Spy Family. But I'm watching Freerun as it comes out weekly, and I'm watching Jujutsu Kaisen, and I'm enjoying both shows. I also have to go back and watch the movie for Chainsaw Man. My hands smell like peppermint. Fate, strange fake, JK season. Strange fake. Oh, have I heard of that one yet? I'll have to look it up later. Yeah, Chainsaw Man was okay. I heard the manga is really good, but I don't know. I'm so hesitant to. It just doesn't really capture my attention. I don't like how everybody treats Denji, like the main character for Chainsaw Man. And I don't mean like just in the show. I don't like how the fandom treats him. I feel like he's very inexperienced with the world. And obviously with women. And everybody's just always encouraging him to like get laid. Again, I'm talking about like fandom wise. And even like reactioners that I've seen react to Chainsaw Man, at least this first season. And like that whole thing that happened when the that one lady with the eye patch got drunk and um you know, like kind of slept with him, but they didn't do anything. But she just slept beside him. And everybody was just like encouraging it to happen when Denji is a minor. That's really, really weird. And I don't want to, like make it about gender or anything, but if it was a guy, if it was an older man sleeping beside a minor girl, you know that nobody would have stood for that. So I don't know why Denji is the exception, because he's a guy and she was a woman. I don't know, it's really weird. And I know that some of the stuff happens later on in the manga, where like a similar situation happens. But again, from what I saw, the fandom was just like rooting for it. I know all animes kind of have pretty bad fandoms. I don't know. Fate seems like a good community of fans. I never hear anything controversial about Fate fans. They seem nice. So I really gotta watch Fate stuff sometime. Yeah, I know the age of consent in Japan is different. It's still just weird. Because, like I said, if it was a guy in that situation and a girl, people wouldn't have agreed with it. Anyway, we don't have to keep talking about that. But yeah, fandoms can really make or break a show. I try not to let a fandom bother me from enjoying the content. You know, like all the fighting that tends to happen with gotcha games and their fandoms, how protective they all are of each other. I think we should all just be able to enjoy the games without having to fight over it. But we don't live in a perfect world like that. Oh no, Chima. Chima, what are you doing here? Hi, Chima. Nice seeing you. Don't do it, Chima. Don't do it. The only, like, I know some of the characters from Fate because they're just so famous. Like Saber, obviously. And, what's his name? Lancer and Archer. Those are like the characters that I think anybody can really recognize outside of the Fate fandom. And for those who don't watch it. What on earth is my moderator doing in a stream? Caden's just chilling. Caden's vibing. Redeem's loud fart redeem. Honestly, I should probably have some sound alerts. I've been thinking about that for months, and I just never implement them. Because I'm like, what do I do? What kind of sounds does chat want to have? Oh, other moderator. Yeah, Jima's the other moderator. It's all because of Seduce Me. I made her a mod. And she's abusing her power. But yeah, so I've never watched any of the Fate like series, any seasons or movies or anything. Even though I know that Fate has incredible animation because they're by the same studio who work on Demon Slayer, and everybody knows that has some of the best animation out there. I'm a good mod. You're an excellent mod, Chima. That's why I'll never remove you. You're gonna say hi before I get a shower. Alright, have fun in your shower, Chima. But not too much fun to waste the water. My game was muted, turns out I was getting pummeled. Oh no! Did you die? It's so funny, I remember like the first day I played Wooba, I tried to jump off a building in game and I didn't die. I went to like a very high like it took me like 10 minutes to climb to the top. And I didn't die from the fall damage in game. And I'm like, oh my god, that would never happen in Genshin. You could fall like from moderately high or like not even like it doesn't take much to die from fall damage in Genshin. It's just very impressive. And this is like with my level 10 NC. Like they had no HP and they still didn't die. So fall damage is just built different in Wu, I gotta say. You can also drive a bike now. I've seen it. I've seen it on Twitter and stuff, and promotional stuff, and also the like wings and stuff. I wanna use all that. We could shower together. Oh my god. Can you wait a little bit, Shima? I can shower with you. I knew somebody was gonna do it. I was just hoping you would spare me. Okay. It's gonna be loud though, so I'm just gonna lower my gain. Can you guys still hear me? I don't know. We're gonna find out if you can hear me still. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 13, 14. I didn't want the ASMR workout either. It just happened. With Persona music. Oh yeah, it collabed with Persona, didn't it? Because everything collabs with Persona. I'm so sorry. I didn't think my throat was gonna do that. What was in my throat? It was my tongue. I didn't startle you guys. Also, you gotta know that I am naturally a loud person by nature. It's in my blood. I'm Dominican. But, yeah, I'm like restraining myself so much right now so that I'm not as loud as I usually am. I hope you recognize my effort to keep quiet. And I'm also trying to talk slower than usual. I used to watch this one ASMR artist first model. There's a lot of controversy behind the studio who made my first model. That's why I'm not really using it anymore. Even though I love my original Juno design. I love it a lot. But I don't really support the studio who made it. So I took their credits out of my Twitter and I just replaced it with my current model. Reminds me of the GBBGR ones. I think I might occasionally go back to my original model just because I love looking at her. She's so cute. And of course I miss Steve. His vacation is dragging on a lot longer than I thought it would. But yeah, that's the one I'm going to be using overall. You miss Steve? Yeah, we all miss Steve. It's okay, he's happy with his family and kid. He did deserve his vacation. Why do I keep closing my water bottles? I also hurt my knee earlier. I don't know how, but it's hurting. Like I have to crack it or something. But I don't know how. It was just kind of hurting a little bit. Oh my god, that was loud. Model's cool. Thank you. Yes, I'm very happy with it. I think she's adorable. But yeah, in a couple weeks I'll have a little surprise for you guys. Because I'm cooking some stuff behind the scenes. Oh yeah, and that box that I mentioned that I ordered. Exciting stuff is coming. But yeah, the box that I am ordering, that I'm waiting to arrive to my house, it'll also be really good for when I make song covers because it isolates the audio well. So I can't wait to use it. I don't know how much I'll use it for streams. It's kind of big. Well, I don't know, I haven't seen it in person. But I think it might get in the way of my monitor. My mouth is so wet. I'm so sorry. is just them reenacting a scenario from their script, and then the other half is them like shoving their tongue down the MC's throat or something. It's like a lot of lip smacking and kissing. And I eat it up. It's so good. Sorry, I bumped the mic. I'm sorry, but you heard what I said, Fire. The game is 12 plus. It boggled my mind. I think they just raised the age rating actually to 16 plus. But for the last 2 years, it was 12 plus, and I'm like, you want 12-year-olds listening to this? They might as well be doing the Winkies Blinky, the dance with no pants and all that. It was just sin. They were sinning in that audio stuff. And I'm like, how are 12-year-olds allowed to listen? How is this a 12 plus game? But I think they finally realized their mistake a little too late, a little 2 years too late. But at least they finally raised it, because that's just ridiculous. I think it needs to be an 18 plus game. But yeah, they're always like, followed by like a lot of moaning. To be honest, it's just brawn. It's just a lot of brawn. Just a lot of sinning. Hoping someday that we'll be able to do a just chatting stream. Like Chima does. Just like a full stream of just talking and like little to no pauses or breaks or anything. I would love to be able to do that. We talk a lot, but I don't know if I could just sit there and talk for like, and I'm talking like an average stream that I would do, so like 4 hours. It's one thing to do it for like an hour, but I don't know if I could talk that long. And I don't know how engaged everybody would be if I could do it for 4 hours. I see content creators using like each key is super soft. I don't know how to describe the noise it makes. It's just like very relaxing. Like my keyboard is loud and kind of clunky. By the way, I would say I'm pretty good at typing. Like I'm pretty fast at it. But I also make a lot of mistakes if I'm not looking at the keys because as much as I type, I don't have them all memorized like muscle memory. I know where each key's general location is, but I still make a lot of mistakes when I'm typing fast. I thought I would get better at that when I became a programmer because that was my major in college. And with all the typing you have to do, I thought it would make me better at memorizing each of the keys. But I'm still about just as average as I was when I did it in college. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q. That's not a Q. Q, R, S, D, U, V, W, X, Y. That's an X. Z. And then from top to bottom, it's Q, Q, W, E, R, D, Y, U, I, O, B, A, S, D, F, G, H, J, K, L, Z, X, Q, that's a Z, V, B, N, M. I like how there are specific keyboard characters that you have to press in order for it to be referred to as a keyboard slam, by the way. I love that that's a term. It's like, that's how you spell it. That was always so funny to me. You know what? I was actually thinking that I could read some short stories that are good for sleeping. Because that also helps me sleep pretty easily if I'm not listening to like ASMR. I read things before bed to make me tired. And it's not that the content isn't interesting, it's just like it's just because you're using your brain, I guess. Just using the rest of your energy that makes you tired. You could also just be reading something boring, but that's not usually the case for me. Ooh, this sounds interesting. It's by Edgar Allan Poe. I've only ever read one story by Edgar Allan Poe. It's the one with the floorboard thing. It's called The Mask of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. He, Red Death,
so fatal or so hideous. Blood was its avatar, and its sail, the redness and the horror of blood. There were sharp pains, and sudden dizziness, and then profuse bleeding at the pores, with dissolution. I know he wrote dark stuff, but damn. The scarlet stains upon the body, and equal, and especially upon the face of the victim, were the best ban, which shut him out from the aid and from the sympathy of his fellow men. And the whole seizure, progress, and termination of the disease were the incidents of half an hour. But the Prince Prospero was happy and dauntless, and sagacious. I've never heard that word before. Hang on. Sagacious, having or showing keen mental discernment and good judgment. Shrewd. Understood. When his dominions were half depopulated, he summoned to his presence 1,000 hale and light-hearted friends from among the knights and dames of his court, and with these retired to the deep seclusion of one of his castellated abbeys. This was an extensive and magnificent structure. I lost my place. The creation of the prince's own eccentric yet august taste, strong and lofty, wall, girdled it in. That sounds so nasty. Girdled. This wall had gates of iron. The courtiers, having entered, brought furnaces and massy hammers and welded the bolts. They resolved to leave means neither of ingress or egress to the sudden impulses of despair or of frenzy from within. The abbey was amply provisioned with such precautions the courtiers might bid defiance to contagion. The external world could take care of itself. In the meantime, it was folly to grieve, or to think. The prince had provided all the appliances of pleasure. There were buffoons. There were improvisatori. What is that? Improvisatori are Italian extemporaneous poets. I love when they add big words that I don't know to definitions that I'm trying to look up. So Italian poets who compose and perform original verses on the spot, often with musical accompaniment like a lute or guitar. Understood. There were ballet dancers. There were magicians, musicians. There was beauty. There was wine. All these and security were within. Without was the Red Death. It was toward the close of the 5th or 6th month of his seclusion, and while the pestilence raged. You still going? I kind of fell asleep. That's the idea, Red. It's okay if you fall asleep. Don't worry. That's what this is all about. Just relax. I'm reading a story. It was toward the close of the 5th or 6th month of his seclusion, and while the pestilence raged most furiously abroad, that the Prince Prospero entertained his 1,000 friends at a masked ball of the most unusual magnificence. It was a voluptuous scene, that masquerade. But first let me tell of the rooms in which it was held. There were 7, an imperial suite. In many palaces, however, such suites form a long and straight vista. very different, as might have been expected from the Duke's love of the bizarre. The apartments were so irregularly disposed that the vision embraced but little more than one at a time. There was a sharp turn at every 20 or 30 yards, and at each turn a novel effect. To the right and left, in the middle of each wall, a tall and narrow Gothic window looked out upon a closed corridor, which pursued the windings of the suite. These windows were of stained glass, whose color varied in accordance with the prevailing hue of the decorations of the chamber into which it opened. There wasn't a single comma or anything in that sentence. That was a run-on sentence if I ever saw one. That at the eastern extremity was hung, for example, in blue, and vividly blue, were its windows. The second chamber was purple in its ornaments, and tapestries, and here the panes were purple. The third was green throughout, and so were the casements. Did I say easements before? My bad. The fourth was furnished and lighted with orange, the fifth with white, the sixth with violet. The seventh apartment was closely shrouded in black velvet tapestries that hung all over the ceiling and down the walls, falling in heavy folds upon a carpet of the same material and hue. But in this chamber, only the color of the windows failed to correspond with the decorations. The panes here were scarlet, a deep blood-red color. Now, in no one of the 7 apartments was there any lamp or candelabrum. Amid the profusion of golden ornaments that lay scattered to and fro, or depended from the roof, I have too many tabs open. There was no light of any kind emanating from lamp or candle within the suite of chambers, and in the corridors that followed the suite, there stood opposite to each window a heavy tripod, bearing a brazier of fire that projected its rays through the tinted glass and so glaringly illuminated the room, and thus were produced a multitude of gaudy and fantastic appearances. But in the western or black chamber, the effect of the firelight that streamed upon the dark hangings through the blood-tinted panes was ghastly in the extreme, and produced so wild a look upon the countenances of those who entered, that there were few of the company bold enough to set foot within its precincts at all. I'm gonna be real with you guys, I have no idea what the story is about. It seems like there's 7 rooms or 7 apartments, 7 suites that they keep talking about, and they're all different colors and things. But the last room, the one that's like black, I guess the walls are and like the design is just black. It seems maybe like it's haunted. I don't know where the red part comes into play. I guess people die when they enter the room. A very interesting hotel. I don't think it's a hotel. It mentioned a prince earlier, and I think that they're kind of like. I think the prince is like a shut-in who doesn't like to go out into the world. And I think that it mentioned that he's been holed up in his like castle or wherever he lives for a couple months now, like 6 months. A very shiny hotel. I guess. A very that's for sure. I don't think Edgar Allan Poe cares. He's already dead. But you can go leave him a review if you want. I need them to do that thing that they do with like Shakespeare stories, where they translate everything he says on the opposite page because people don't understand. I need them to do the same thing, but with Edgar Allan Poe. It was in this apartment, also, that there stood against the western wall a gigantic clock of ebony. Its pendulum swung to and fro with a dull, heavy, monotonous clang, and when the minute hand made the circuit of the face, and the hour was to be stricken, there came from the brazen lungs of the clock a sound which was clear and loud and deep and exceedingly musical, but of so peculiar a note and emphasis that, at each lapse of an hour, the musicians of the orchestra were constrained to pause momentarily in their performance to hearken to the sound, and thus the waltzers perforce ceased their evolutions, and there was a brief disconcert of the whole. And there was a brief disconcert of the whole gay company. You said it, not me. I'd like to think everybody there was actually gay, and not just using the term gay as in happy. Scratch, that's just a dinky ass apartment. You don't know. And while the chimes of the clock yet rang, it was observed that the giddiest grew pale, and the more aged and sedate passed their hands over their brows, as if in confused reverie or meditation. But when the echoes had finally ceased, a light laughter at once pervaded the assembly. The musicians looked at each other and smiled as if their own nervousness and folly, and made whispering vows each to the other that the next chiming of the clock should produce in them no similar emotion, and then, after the lapse of 60 minutes, which embraced 3,600 seconds of the time that flies, there came yet another chiming of the clock. There came, and then were the same disconcert and tremulousness in meditation as before. I feel so stupid. The only thing I hate about reading is when I learn new words, like the author loves to flex on me with their vocabulary, and I feel stupid in comparison. Like, damn, I wish I could use tremulousness in my regular day-to-day. You know what I need? I need one of those word-a-day calendars. But I would never, I would hang it up on my wall, but I would forget to use it. Imitation as before. But in spite of these things, it was a gay and magnificent revel. Hell yeah, it's gay again. The tastes of the Duke were peculiar. He had a fine eye for colors and effects. He disregarded the decora, mere fashion. His plans were bold and fiery. His conceptions glowed with barbaric luster. There are some who have thought him mad. His followers felt that he was not. I used the YouTube font to fall asleep tonight. Go ahead, man. That's what it's there for. Sometimes I listen to my pods to go to sleep too. But I have to turn it really, really low because I'm loud. Barbaric luster. There are some who have thought him mad. His followers felt that he was not. It was necessary to hear and see and touch him to be sure that he was not. Does he have a cult? This screams cult vibes. He had directed, in great part, the movable embellishments of the 7 chambers upon occasion of this great feat, be sure they were grotesque. There were much glare and glitter, and piquancy and phantasm, much of what has been ever seen in Hernani. There was arabesque figures with unsuited limbs and appointments. There were delirious fancies, such as the madman fashions. There were much of the beautiful, much of the wanton, much of the bizarre, something of the terrible, and not a little of that which might have excited disgust. To and fro in the 7 chambers there stalked, in fact, a multitude of dreams, and these, the dreams, writhed in and about, taking you from the rooms, and causing the wild music of the orchestra to seem as the echo of their steps. And anon there strikes the ebony clock, which stands in the hall of the velvet, and then for a moment all is still. Gulp. And all is silent, save the voice of the clock. The dreams are stiff, frozen as they stand, but the echoes of the chime die away. They have endured but an instant, and a light, half subdued, laughter floats after them as they depart. And now again the music swells, and the dreams live and writhe to and fro more merrily than ever, taking you from the many tinted windows through which stream the rays from the tripods. Oh my god, they had tripods back then. But to the chamber which lies most westwardly of the 7, there are now none of the maskers who venture, for the night is waning away. There flows a ruddier light through the blood-colored panes, and the blackness of the sable drapery appalls. And to him whose foot falls upon the sable carpet, there comes from the near clock of ebony a muffled peal, more solemnly emphatic than any which reaches their ears, who indulge in the more remote gaieties of the other apartment. There comes from the near clock of ebony a muffled peal, more solemnly emphatic than any which reaches their ears. Did somebody get stuffed in the clock? Is that why the clock is always making a weird sound whenever whenever an hour passes and the clock is supposed to ring? They said it gives off a really, eerie sound. Is that because somebody got stuffed, like their body is stuffed in there? So maybe the clock is haunted, and now the person is getting revenge, and whoever goes into that 7th room, the 7th suite, is killed. And maybe also, taken into the clock. And so that noise just, constantly persists. If that's the case, the dude must have run out of time. But, good job. I'm really trying to understand what I'm reading. But these other apartments were densely crowded, and in them beat feverishly the heart of life, and the revel went whirringly on, until at length there commenced the sounding of midnight upon the clock, and then the music ceased, as I have told, and the evolutions of the waltzers were quieted, and there was an uneasy cessation of all things as before, but now there were 12 strokes to be sounded by the bell of the clock, and thus it happened, perhaps, the more of thought crept, with more of time and the meditations of the thoughtful among those who revelled. And thus, too, it happened, perhaps, that before the last echoes of the last chime had utterly sunk into silence, there were many individuals in the crowd who had found leisure to become aware of the presence of a masked figure, which had arrested the attention of no single individual before, and the rumor of this new presence having spread itself whisperingly around, there arose at length from the whole company a buzz, disapprobation. Oh my god. Stop it. Stop it, Edgar. Strong disapproval, typically on moral grounds. Okay. 3 stars. There was this weird clock that made awkward noises, and I think it killed some. Folks. But the wine was pretty damn good, so it balances out. Too true. 3 stars. I'd come again. And check out another suite. Then arose at length from the whole company a buzz or murmur expressive of disapprobation and surprise, and finally of terror, of horror, and of disgust.
Hmm.
A masked figure. Is it like a dead? Is it a ghost? So a masked figure suddenly joins, like, I don't know if it's necessarily like a ballroom, but they said that all of the suites are crowded, so wherever he is right now, he's in one of them. And they're all looking at him with terror, horror, and disgust. In an assembly of phantasms such as I have painted, it may well be supposed that no ordinary appearance could have excited such sensation. In truth, the masquerade license of the night was nearly unlimited, but the figure in question had and gone beyond the bounds of even the prince's indefinite decorum. There are chords in the heart of the most reckless which cannot be touched without emotion, even with the utterly lost, to whom life and death are equally jests. There are matters of which no jest can be made. The whole company, indeed, seemed now deeply to feel that in the costume and bearing of the stranger neither wit nor propriety existed. The figure was tall and gaunt, and shrouded from head to foot in the habiliments. Clothing. Okay, it's just another word for clothing. Stop it. Of the grave. The mask which concealed the visage was made so nearly to resemble the countenance of a stiffened corpse that the closest scrutiny must have had difficulty in detecting the cheek. And yet all this might have been endured, if not approved, by the mad revellers around. But the mummer had gone so far as to assume the type of the Red Death. His vesture was dabbled in blood, and his broad brow, with all the features of the face, was besprinkled with the scarlet horror. Oh, this is the Red Death. I'm interested. I don't know what's happening, but I'm interested. I'm intrigued. His vesture. Ooh, okay. Has gone so far as to assume the type of the Red Death. His vesture was dabbled in blood, and his broad brow, with all the features of the face, was besprinkled with the scarlet horror. Okay, so he's covered in blood. When the eyes of Prince Prospero fell upon this spectral image, which with a slow and solemn movement, as if... Ow! Ow, I cracked my neck. I'm so sorry if that was loud. Wait, where was I? Which with a slow and solemn movement, as if more fully to sustain his role, stalked to and fro among the waltzers. He was seen to be convulsed in the first moment with a strong shudder, either of terror or distaste, his brow reddened with rage. "Who dares?" he demanded hoarsely of the courtiers who stood near him. "Who dares insult us with this blasphemous mockery? Seize him and unmask him, that we may know whom we have to hang, that we may know whom we have to hang at sunrise from the battlements." It was in the eastern or blue chamber in which stood the Prince Prospero as he uttered these words. They rang throughout the 7 rooms loudly and clearly, for the prince was a bold and robust man, and the music had become hushed at the waving of his hand. It was in the blue room where stood the prince, with a group of pale courtiers by his side. At first, as he spoke, there was a slight rushing movement of this group in the direction of the intruder, who at the moment was also near at hand, and now, with deliberate and stately step made closer, approached to the speaker. But from a certain nameless awe with which the mad assumptions of the murmur had inspired the whole party, there were found none who put forth a hand to seize him, so that, unimpeded, he passed within a yard of the prince's person, and while the vast assembly, as if with one impulse, shrank from the centers of the rooms to the walls, he made his way uninterruptedly, but with the same solemn and measured step which had distinguished him from the first, through the blue chamber, to the purple, to the green, to the winds, to the walls. So nobody stopped him. Were they just afraid? Or does he have like a power that prevents people from capturing him? Anyway, he's getting closer to the prince now. Where was I? Through the blue chamber, to the purple, through the purple, to the green, through the green, to the orange, through this again, to the white, and even thence to the violet, ere a decided movement had been made to arrest him. It was then, however, that the Prince Prospero, maddening with rage and the shame of his own momentary cowardice, rushed hurriedly through the 6 chambers, while none followed him on account of a deadly terror that had seized upon all. He bore aloft a drawn dagger. Now the prince is running away. I mean, I would be too. I would be very afraid if a guy covered in blood started walking towards me. He bore aloft a drawn dagger and had approached. "Hello, hamster. How are you doing?" "We're reading a story by Edgar Allan Poe." "You're doing okay? That's great." Get comfortable. We're just gonna be reading here together. And if you start feeling sleepy, don't be afraid to drift off. How are you doing? I'm good. I'm okay. I'm very excited to be doing this. It's my first ASMR stream, and I hope you can do it a lot more in the future. I'm enjoying this a lot. It's very relaxing. I gotta find where I left off. Yeah, it's nice. Earlier I was making mouth noises. Now I'm reading a book. Now I'm reading a story. I was like, so I'll probably go back to that after we're done reading this. Oh. It was then, however, that the Prince Prospero, maddening with rage and the shame of his own momentary cowardice, rushed hurriedly through the 6 chambers, while none followed him on account of a deadly terror that had seized upon all. He bore aloft
Im- impetuosity, impetuosity to within 3 or 4 feet of the retreating figure. When the latter, having attained the extremity of the velvet apartment, turned suddenly and confronted his pursuer, there was a sharp cry, and the dagger dropped, gleaming upon the sable carpet, upon which instantly afterwards fell prostrate in death the Prince Prospero. The prince died. This guy has to be a ghost or something. None of his guards captured him. I don't know if it was out of fear or if it was like because of a magic power. Just that he could just make everybody terrified. I mean, he was already terrifying. He's covered in blood. But yeah, he tried to stab him with a dagger and he just dropped it. And he died. Did he die just like out of terror? Oh. There was a sharp cry and the dagger dropped, gleaming upon the sable carpet, upon which instantly afterwards fell prostrate in death the Prince Prospero. Then, summoning the wild courage of despair, a throng of the revelers at once threw themselves in the black apartment. Oh god, now they're all going to the black one. And seizing the mummer, whose tall figure stood erect whose tall figure stood erect and motionless within the shadow of the ebony clock. Within the shadow of the ebony clock. There's something with this clock. I think that this is like a projection of himself, and that he is a ghost or a spirit or something, and that his body is actually in the clock. They keep mentioning this clock. It's definitely tied to him somehow. Maybe he got squashed by the clock or something. Within the shadow of the ebony clock, gasped in unutterable horror at finding the grave cerements and corpse-like mask which they handled with so violent a rudeness untenanted by any tangible form. And now was acknowledged the presence of the Red Death. He had come like a thief in the night, and one by one dropped the revelers in the blood-bedewed halls of their revel, and died each in the despairing posture of his fall, and the life of the ebony clock went out with that of the last of the gay. No, he killed all the gays. That's horrible. And the flames of the tripods expired, and the darkness and decay and the Red Death held illimitable dominion over all. Why did you make like a little squid? What does that mean? So this Red Death guy went and killed everybody there. But it was only after they went to the black room, the seventh room. Okay, I have to look up what this means now. I have to know what the story is about. Emo. Well, go ahead. You can use whatever emo you want. But yeah, I gotta know what that meant. What was this story called? The Mask of the Red Death. Hmm. Oh. Explain it to me. Explain it to me like I'm a toddler. The Mask of the Red Death is an allegory about the inevitability of death, showing how no one, regardless of wealth or privilege, can escape their immortality, symbolized by a deadly plague, the Red Death. I was wondering if it was supposed to be a representation of something like a plague. I just didn't say anything. That infiltrates a wealthy prince's sealed off abbey during a masquerade party, ultimately claiming everyone present, including the prince, as the masked figure reveals itself to be death personified. Got it. The story uses rich symbolism, such as the 7 colored rooms representing life stages, the clock signifying time's passage, and the prince's futile attempt to outrun fate. Yeah, reading is nice. Stories are so fascinating, I don't know. You can't get something like this in a video game or a show or anything. I think you have to read to find it. It's really good. Representing life stages, the clock signifying time's passage, and the prince's futile attempt to outrun fate through luxury and isolation, highlighting themes of mortality. What book are we reading? It was a short story by Edgar Allan Poe. I had actually never read it before. I've only read one other story by Edgar Allan Poe, and it was for school. I think I read it like in junior high. It's probably like his most famous one. It's about, um, well, I don't know. Maybe we can read it. I don't want to spoil it. It's really good. I think it's a lot easier to understand, but I can kind of get it now that I'm reading this explanation. Like all those things, it makes sense now. Prince's futile attempt to outrun fate through luxury and isolation, highlighting themes of mortality, human folly, and the limitations of power against nature's finality. Is that a little rat emote? It's so cute. I have a friend who's a rat VTuber who would appreciate that. This video provides summary analysis of the story. The Red Death represents the devastating plague itself, but also death personified, appearing as a mysterious corpse-like figure. Prince Prospero represents the wealthy and powerful who foolishly believe they can buy their way out of death, a symbol of human arrogance. The Abbey, a fortress of wealth and privilege, meant to keep death out, but ultimately fails because death is inevitable. That's what Puss in Boots, The Last Wish, taught me. The 7 rooms symbolizes the stages of life, from birth to death. Oh, that's why the last room, the black room, was always empty compared to the rest of the rooms. Because by the time you get to the black room, you're already dead. And it wasn't until all of the people had run to the black room that they all died. Interesting, interesting. Got it, got it. Highlighting the journey towards the end. The ebony clock, a memento mori, reminder of death that tolls hourly, disrupting the revelry and reminding guests of passing time. Oh, that's why they would all like freeze up and were afraid of the clock. Because it reminded them that they're aging. Which, oof, is actually pretty relatable. I like this story. I like it now that I understand. And yeah, there's that whole scene with the prince trying to run away from death, but you can't outrun him. It's just inevitable. It's gonna happen. Mm. Yeah, I like that one. Okay, let me see if I can find the other one. I don't know what it's. I don't remember what it's called. Oh, the Telltale Heart. That's what it was called. Okay, let me see if I can find it. I don't remember how long it is. I think that they're all technically short stories, but you know, short is subjective when it comes to this guy. The Grey Hunter from John Flanagan. I'll check it out. John Flanagan. I feel like I've heard that name before. Hello, Euphoric. An adult historical fiction novel set during the American Civil War about the Confederate commerce raider. It's a series? Is it like multiple books? Mm, mm. We'll see then. I'll see. I don't know when I'm going to have the time to read that. But thank you for the recommendation. Honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of war stories. They just always make me sad. I don't really like stories about war. It's just so prevalent in life. Now that being said, let's read a story about a murder. Like 18. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hamster. Hamster. Okay, thank you. That will be an undertaking. Did you finish all of it? All the 18 books? Hello, Dio Jim. How you doing? I need this to go away. It's in the way. Oh, I thought you killed a woman. Maybe it was a man. Oh well. We're gonna find out. You're doing good? That's good to hear. I'm doing okay. I wouldn't say I'm sleepy, but I'm very relaxed right now. We've been going for almost 2 hours. And this is really nice. I'm having a lot of fun. Thank you for the follow, hamster. Thank you, thank you. You finished all of it? Damn, it must have been a really good series then. To continue after 8 books. I don't know. Even like my favorite series, I don't know if I could have read 18 of the books. That's a lot. And of like the same story, I don't know. I would have to really like the characters, or at least the world that they built. Something has to keep you going, has to keep you intrigued. You're so good and well made. I'll take your word for it. It sounds really good if you were able to keep reading. I don't know. I don't know. I remember being really into this one series. I think it was, what's it called? The Red Queen. That was a couple books, but I could get through them really easily. It was like sliding through butter. It was just so easy. I was really into the world, but also I was younger, and I was just like, I'm really into romance stories, and it's one of those like woman-led princess stories where she has like 2 love interests. Yeah. What can I say? I'm a sucker for that kind of thing. But I remember I was reading it in like high school, and my computer teacher, my programming teacher, was also reading the same story, and he had already finished the series, and he really liked it, and so he would always be like, "Juna, have you finished the story yet?" And I'm like, "Not yet." He's like, "Okay, who's your favorite character?" And like before class and after class, we would discuss the book together. um, and then he would be like, "Who's your favorite character?" And I would be like, "Oh, I like the younger brother. He's really nice. He's really sweet. I like him way better than the jerk that she's like always hanging out with." He's like, interesting, interesting. And then I get to like 20 chapters later and I find out the guy is like evil and he betrays everybody, and I'm like, oh, this son of a bitch. And he was just like waiting for it. Especially because he knew that that was my favorite character. I should have saw it coming, but I was naive. So yeah, that was a wake up call. That was a reality check. Anyway, with that being said, let's read The Telltale Heart. I haven't read this since I was in like junior high school. It's true. Yes, I have been ill, very ill. But why do you say that I have lost control of my mind? Why do you say that I am mad? Can you not see that I have full control of my mind? Is it not clear that I am not mad? Indeed, the illness only made my mind, my feelings, my senses stronger, more powerful. My sense of hearing especially became more powerful. I could hear sounds I have never heard before. I heard sounds from heaven, and I heard sounds from hell. Listen, listen, and I will tell. Good night, hamster. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for chatting with me. And thank you for the book recommendation. Yes, have a good night. Sweet dreams. Listen, listen. I will tell you how it happened. You will see, you will hear how healthy my mind is. It is impossible to say how the idea first entered my head. There was no reason for what I did. I did not hate the old man. I even loved him. He had never hurt me. I did not want his money. I think it was his eye. His eye was like the eye of a vulture. The eye of one of those terrible birds that watch and wait while an animal dies, and then fall upon the dead body and pull it to pieces to eat it. When the old man looked at me with his vulture eye, a cold feeling went up and down my back. Even my blood became cold, and so I finally decided I had to kill the old man and close that eye forever. That's a crazy thing to assume. I don't like the way this guy looks at me. I have to kill him. So you think that I am mad? A madman cannot plan, but you should have seen me. During all of that week, I was as friendly to the old man as I could be, and warm and loving. Every night, about 12 o'clock, I slowly opened his door. And when the door was opened wide enough, I put my hand in, and then my head. In my hand, I held a light covered over it with a cloth, so that no light showed. And I stood there quietly and carefully. I lifted the cloth just a little, so that a single thin, small light fell across that eye. For 7 nights I did this. 7 long nights, every night at midnight. Always the eye was closed, so it was impossible for me to do the work. For it was not the old man I felt I had to kill. It was the eye, his evil eye. And every morning I went to his room, and with a warm, friendly voice, I asked him how he had slept. He could not guess that every night, just at 12, I looked in at him as he slept. The 8th night, I was more than usually careful as I opened the door. The hands of a clock moved more quickly than did my hand. Never before had I felt so strongly my own power. I was now sure of success. The old man was lying there, not dreaming that I was at his door. Suddenly, he moved in his bed. You may think I became afraid, but no. The darkness in his room was thick and black. I knew he could not see the opening of the door. I continued to push the door, slowly, softly. I put in my head, I put in my hand, the covered light. Suddenly, the old man sat straight up in bed and cried, "Who's there?" I stood quite still for a whole hour. I did not move.
nor did I hear him again lie down in his bed. He just sat there, listening, and I heard a sound, a low cry of fear which escaped from the old man. Now I knew that he was sitting up in his bed, filled with fear. I knew that he knew that I was there. He did not see me there. He could not hear me there. He felt me there. Now he knew that death was standing there. Slowly, little by little, I lifted the cloth until a small light escaped from under it to fall upon that vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and my anger increased as it looked straight at me. I could not see the old man's face. Only that eye, that hard blue eye, and the blood in my body became like ice. Have I not told you that my hearing had become unusually strong? Now I could hear a quick, low, soft sound, like the sound of a clock heard through a wall. It was the beating of the old man's heart. I tried to stand quietly, but the sound grew louder. The old man's fear must have been great indeed. And as the sound grew louder, my anger became greater and more painful. But it was more than anger. In the quiet night, in the dark silence of the bedroom, my anger became fear, where the heart was beating so loudly that I was sure someone must hear. The time had come. I rushed into the room, crying, "Die! Die!" The old man gave a loud cry. Of fear as I fell upon him and held the bed covers tightly over his head. Still, his heart was beating, but I smiled as I felt that success was near. For many minutes, the heart continued to beat, but at last the beating stopped. The old man was dead. I took away the bed covers and held my ear over his heart. There was no sound. Yes, he was dead, dead as a stone. His eye would trouble me no more. So I am mad, you say? You should have seen how careful I was to put the body where no one could find it. First I cut off the head, then the arms and the legs. I was careful not to let a single drop of blood fall on the floor. I pulled up 3 of the boards that formed the floor and put the pieces of the body there. Then I put the boards down again, carefully, so carefully that no human eye could see that they had been moved. As I finished this work, I heard that someone was at the door. It was now 4 o'clock in the morning, but still dark. I had no fear. However, as I went down to open the door, 3 men were at the door, 3 officers of the police. One of the neighbors had heard the old man's cry and had called the police. These 3 had come to ask questions and to search the house. I asked the policeman to come in. The cry, I said, was my own, in a dream. The old man, I said, was away. He had gone to visit a friend in the country. I took them through the whole house, telling them to search it all, to search well. I led them finally into the old man's bed, into the old man's bedroom. As if playing a game with them, I asked them to sit down to talk for a while. My easy, quiet manner made the policemen believe my story, so they sat talking with me in a friendly way. But although, hello again, Dalapa. Well, although I answered them in the same way, I soon wished that they would go. My head hurt, and there was a strange sound in my ears. I talked more and faster. The sound became clearer. They still sat and talked. Suddenly, I knew that the sound was not in my ears. It was not just inside my head. At the moment, I must have become quite white. I talked still faster and louder. And the sound, too, became louder. It was a quick, low, soft sound, like the sound of a clock heard through a wall. A sound I knew well. Louder it became, and louder. I am reading a book. I'm reading a short story by Edgar Allan Poe. It's called The Telltale Heart. Like the sound of a clock heard through a wall. A sound I knew well. Louder it became, and louder. Why did the men not go? Nevermore. Is that a story by Edgar Allan Poe? Fox, how you doing? Glad you could make it. Louder it became, and louder. Why did the men not go? Louder, louder. I stood up and walked quickly around the room. I pushed my chair across the floor to make more noise, to cover that terrible sound. I talked even louder, and still the men sat and talked and smiled. Was it possible that they could not hear? No, they heard. I was certain of it. They knew. Now it was they who were playing a game with me. I was suffering more than I could bear from their smiles and from that sound. Louder, louder, louder. Suddenly, I could bear it no longer. I pointed at the boards and cried, Yes, yes, I killed him. Hold up the boards, pull up the boards, and you shall see. I killed him. But why does his heart not stop beating? Why does it not stop? I think The Raven is probably one of his more popular stories. It sounds familiar, but I don't remember if I read it or not. I think I just read like a version that was dumbed down because that was really easy to understand compared to the first story that I read. I think it's one of those things where they like simplified it, like Shakespeare stories, because those are so complex unless you know the terminology to look for. A rap on my chamber door. Imagine, now, can you imagine? They just start rapping at the door. It's so funny. Yeah, he really likes birds. I guess that is the end of the story. So yeah, he just confesses that he killed the old man, and obviously it's pretty easy to understand what he was trying to say. It's just that he felt guilty for the death of the old man, so he thought that he could hear his heartbeat. But it was just all in his head because he's crazy. Yeah, the simplified version. Alright, let's see if we can find the Raven story. See if it sounds familiar. is this line? Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as someone, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door.
Yo, these are kind of bars though. Flames? Flame emoji?
While I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. Only this, and nothing more. Ah, distinctly, I remember it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly, I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels named Lenore, nameless here for evermore. And the silken sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before. So that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. Some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This is it, and nothing more." Presently, my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is, I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door, darkness there, and nothing more." This is so peak. 10 out of 10. Better than modern day literature. They could never. Me at the chamber door. Knock, 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 knock. Knock, knock. 10 out of 10 voice acting as well. Thank you. This is just my voice talking quietly, but thank you. Deep into the darkness peering, long as I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore." This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, "Lenore." Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber, turning, all my soul within me burning. Soon again I heard a tapping somewhat louder than before. "Surely," said I, "surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see then what there it is in this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind and nothing more." Upon here I flung the shutter, when with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mine of lord or lady, perched above my chamber door, perched upon a bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door, perched and sat, nothing more. Then this ebony bird, beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. "Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou," I said, "art sure no craven, ghastly grim and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me why that lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore."
quoth the raven, nevermore. Much I marvelled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. Little relevancy bore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only. I lost my place. Where was I? I got it. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing farther than he uttered, not a feather, then he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said, nevermore. Startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of never, nevermore. But the raven still beguiling all of my fancy into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing, to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining, that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet violet lining with the lamplight gloating o'er, she shall press on nevermore. How long the story was? Well, it's a poem, but yeah. And all of his short stories, not well, of the 3 that I've read now, I think they tend to lean on the longer side. The Telltale Heartbeat wasn't that long. Then, methought, the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer, swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Honestly, I'm just impressed on how many rhymes he can do. Like, I loved doing poetry when I was in school, but I struggled to get it done. And they were obviously very simple rhymes. This is very impressive. I admire authors so much. They're so talented. If only he focused more on his poetry and his short stories rather than going after his cousin. Edgar Allan Poe. Swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee by these angels, he hath sent thee respite, and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Bro's got that shit down. He should have been a rapper in his next life. Quaff, oh quaff, this kind I've never seen this word before. Nepenthe? A drug described in Homer's Odyssey as banishing grief or trouble from a person's mind. Oh wow, I didn't know that. A plant of a genus that compromises the old world pitcher plants. Interesting. Forget this lost Lenore, quoth the raven, nevermore.
Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil. Whether tempter sent, or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth, quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, tell the soul with sorrow laden, if within the distance. Oh, wait, if sorrow laden, if within the distant Aiden, it shall clasp a saint and maiden, whom the angels name Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden, who the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word or sign or of parting bird or fiend, I shrieked, upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black bloom as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting, on the pallid bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door, and his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight over him streaming throws his shadow on the floor, and my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. Hello, Flavio Rizzo. Hello, how you doing? Shall be lifted nevermore. Snaps for Edgar. That was really good. I liked it. I enjoyed that. Now I gotta look up what the dump it means. Obviously the raven is supposed to signify like death or as I said, like a demon, maybe like temptation. He keeps talking about Lenore. Keeps comparing Lenore to something. So what's Lenore all about? And he even called for her when he thought he was like, what's that? Who's knocking at my door? He kept asking if it was Lenore. Oh, you know what? Maybe Lenore was his wife and she passed away. And now, like, anytime he hears a knock on the door, he's like, maybe she's back. Maybe he's like a little bit crazy, you know, like he's just like distraught with grief. So he likes to believe that whatever's knocking on the door is his wife come back from the dead. That's why he... The Reaper long shot. Could be. Let me see. Okay. Hang on. My throat is dry. So it says that Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven is primarily about a grieving student's descent into madness, symbolized by the raven, an ominous bird that perches in his chamber. Did you listen to that, Red? Did you like the poem? I liked it. I liked all the rhymes he made. Very good. Suddenly there came a swagging as of someone gangster rapping at my chamber door. Quoth the raven, swag galore. Edgar Allan Poe. 10 out of 10, Red. That was a perfect poem. Thank you for the reading. Thank you for the recommendation. I had never read that one before. But let's keep reading what the meaning was for it. So, grieving students. Oh my god, my printer went off. It scared the crap out of me. My brother sent that to me last year and I died laughing. Really?
Did you know that it was. Well, I guess. Did you know that was Edgar Allan Poe? Did you know that was one of his stories? Can't believe you remember it. The Raven is primarily about a grieving student's descent into madness, symbolized by the raven, an ominous bird. I read it back in like high school. Yeah. I don't know if people actually go out to read Edgar Allan Poe if it's not an assignment. An ominous bird that perches in his chamber, echoing nevermore, and representing his unending sorrow for the lost Lenore. Yeah, that's what I figured. So maybe it was his girlfriend, I guess. But yeah, she's dead. That's what I figured. Because he kept comparing her to things like a pure maiden and like an angel. So yeah, I figured. Showing how grief consumes reason and hope. Hola, buenas. Hola. Renato. Hola, buenos noches. Is buenos noches good evening? Because buenos dias is like good day, right? Anyway, hello, how are you doing? I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking. So this stream was very much needed after the day I had. Turns out having an acting class and choir class in the same day in a short span is very fucking draining. Oh my god, you're taking acting? Oh, good luck with that, Red. I hope you have a lot of fun. But yeah, that's a lot of like emotion. You gotta put, you have to put emotion into your singing. You have to put emotion into your acting. I know. Speaking of as somebody who did choir and drama classes, so I completely get. I understand completely. But good for you for making it and for doing it. I'm glad that the stream is helping you relax. That was the whole reason that I wanted to do ASMR on my streams. Thank you for stopping in, Dolapa. Thank you for talking with me. I hope you have sweet dreams tonight. Good night. Hello, Nuggy. Good night is buenos noches. Got it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm terrible with Spanish. I'm glad I could get you to calm down, Red. His unending sorrow for the lost Lenore, showing how grief consumes reason and hope, leading to eternal despair as the raven shadow falls over his soul. The poem explores themes of death. Thank you for the follow, aka Nuggy. Thank you. The poem explores themes of death, memory, irrationality, and supernatural intrusion, with the raven embodying the narrator's tormented, never-ending remembrance. Yeah, it's never actually like a physical, like person or animal or creature. It's just like a manifestation or some kind of symbolism. That's the true horror in these stories. Yeah, and obviously, like, I wanted to do ASMR, but I was holding back until I got, like, the right equipment for it. But I'm glad that people are enjoying the ASMR, even with my, regular mic. But I hope that I can keep doing this and making even better ASMR streams for you guys. Thank you for the stretch, Kaden. My favorite animal? Your favorite animal is Medusa? I've never heard that before. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, Kaden. Alright. Favorite animal obviously is a jellyfish, but I'm biased because I am a jellyfish. A moon jellyfish to be exact. Thank you for the head pat, Red. Sleepy head pats, eepy head pats. I bet my regulars didn't think that my voice could get this soft. Because I'm usually talking so animatedly and loud. You probably didn't think I was capable of doing this kind of volume. Anyway, let me stretch. That beanbag? Yeah, the little one with the little pillow? Yeah. Very comfortable. And food? Um, well, my favorite food is empanadas. I love them. They're so good. I could eat 100 of them and never get sick of them. I think like my favorite type of cuisine. Yeah, cuisine. Making it sound so fancy. Um, and I really like Chinese food. That's my favorite kind of takeout. And I always get the same thing. I'm very simple. I get the pork fried ribs with. Wait, no, I'm sorry. I get boneless ribs with pork fried rice and an egg roll. That's my combo order. It has never changed. I have been ordering that same thing since I was like 5. Since I was old enough to eat with teeth. That is how long I have been ordering that same meal. Everybody in my family already know. Like I don't even have to tell them my order. They already know what it is. Yeah, I love it a lot. Mm. I've seen a lot of Chinese places come and go in my area, but I always um determine how good it can be by basing it off my order. I'm like, can they make my order well? If so, I'll keep going back. Now that we're talking about food, I want it. I want empanadas and I want Chinese food. But it's 10 o'clock, so that's probably not gonna happen. Greetings from Argentina. Hello. Here you have all kinds of empanadas. Wow, ham and cheese empanadas? I've never heard of that before. I'm used to like beef empanadas. That's my like go-to. Beef and chicken. Those are the ones I've had the most of. I don't really explore outside of that. I'm pretty simple. I really like a lot in my empanadas. Honestly, like meat and potatoes are all I really need. I don't need anything else fancy. I don't need lettuce. I just want the meat. I just want meat and potatoes in my empanada. That's good enough for me. I just went to a Spanish restaurant the other day after a business meeting after work. And it was really good. There was like, what did I get? I got this chicken. Oh, I think I already told you guys about this the other day. But yeah, I got, how do you say it? Arroco candules y pollo. That's chicken, right? In Spanish? Pollo? And so that's rice and beans with chicken. And then I got like this one rib because the ribs looked really, really good. And I didn't want to leave without trying it. So they actually gave it to me for free. I guess it pays when you have a Spanish mother. You know, that we are like, the world is built on nepotism. If you can speak the same language as the people in the restaurants, they will treat you nicer. And they'll give you an entire giant rib for free. Just don't tell them that I told you guys, okay? Pollo, I didn't know you speak Kirby. Pollo. What in Kirby is pollo? Oh, he says it? Is it only in the show? I played a couple Kirby games and I've never heard him say that. I've just heard him. I've just heard him say like "hi." Like, I don't want to say it too loud because I don't want to disturb you guys. Honestly, he doesn't make a lot of sounds. I don't think he's very quiet in the games that I play. Yeah, I like Kirby. I like. So I had two games. I had one for the Game Boy, and it was Kirby and the mm, Amazing Door. Kirby and the Mirror Doors. No, Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. That's what I had. And for my 3DS, and I still haven't finished it, but I'm planning to eventually. Um, Kirby Triple Deluxe. By the way, can I say that the Kirby theme is like the most iconic thing in history? I love that theme so much. It's so catchy. Yeah, Triple Deluxe is fun. I just haven't finished it yet. Just one of those games that are on my back burner that I have to eventually return to. Okay, let me just finish reading what the meaning of the raven was. But it's pretty much exactly what I expected. The poem explores themes of death, memory, rationality, and supernatural intrusion, with the raven embodying the narrator's tormented, never ending remembrance. The raven represents the narrator's inescapable, mournful memory and grief for Lenore, a dark, persistent force that offers no relief. Nevermore, the raven's only word, signifying the finality of death and the impossibility of forgetting Lenore or finding solace. That's sad. Bust of Pala. The raven perches on the bust of Pala Athena. Oh, goddess of wisdom, symbolizing the triumph of irrational despair over logic and reason. Oh, that's very literal, but also not at the same time. Plutonian shore. The narrator's reference to the raven coming from the night's Plutonian shore links the bird to the underworld, Pluto, suggesting it's a messenger from the realm of death. Got it, got it. Grief and loss. The poem is a deep exploration of profound sorrow and the struggle to cope with the death of a loved one, Lenore. Madness and memory. The narrator's obsession with Lenore drives him to irrationality as the raven's presence forces him to confront his painful memories. The poem contrasts the narrator's logical attempts to understand the bird with the supernatural dread it inspires, showing reason failing. Poe uses the raven as a manifestation of the narrator's psyche, showing how grief can become a demonic, all-consuming entity, trapping the soul in perpetual darkness and preventing healing. Damn. It's really sad. I finished my water bottle. Sorry. I think we can keep going a little bit longer. How about we go back to what we were doing before? With the noises. I enjoyed reading those stories though.
Then I can attempt the badass swordsman with a cool bird look. You don't have to have a cool bird to be a badass swordsman. Badass trigger, badass with a gun, badass trigger, badass trigger, badass with a gun, beat up, beat up, beat up. I'm a badass passion, my desire, making me crazy. I just need you a little bit more. Dang it, now I got the song in my head. A small grown house. I wish I had long nails so I could tap against things. I have such a bad habit where I bite my nails when I'm thinking about stuff. So my nails are just like horrible. Just awful. There's no ASMR down here. It's like the best I can manage. How's your stream? Going very well. It's very relaxing. I'm listening through my headphones and I like it. Thank you for asking. I'm doing well. I hope you're also doing well. This is my first ASMR stream. But I think we'll do more of this in the future. Hello, fellas. I hope that all of you guys are feeling more relaxed. Like I'm enjoying doing this, but I hope you guys are enjoying listening to it. I know ASMR isn't for everybody. So I really appreciate you guys for tuning in. My setup is kind of scuffed though. I'm hoping to improve that with later on down the line with other streams. stuff that's super loud. I guess it all depends on what you're in the mood for. Well, technically it's my first time, like doing serious ASMR. I did 2 other streams where I did ASMR, but it was on a streaming app that I don't stream on anymore called ERM. Those are where I did my first ASMR streams, and I don't know if I could really call it ASMR since I could only use my the microphone from my phone. It wasn't really that good, and I was mostly just talking in a soft-spoken voice like this as I whispered like positive affirmations to you. I think I did a couple scripts. I wrote a couple scripts about helping you through an airplane ride and also helping you, comforting you during a thunderstorm. But again, I don't know if I would call that true ASMR. Not the way I was doing it. So this is technically, at least this is my first ASMR stream on YouTube and on Twitch. It's also my longest one. The other ones only lasted about an hour max. But it seems like you guys are really enjoying it, which I'm glad. So, if you like it, I can do more of these in the future. I also listen to a lot of ASMR on the day-to-day, so I kind of know what I'm supposed to be doing. Kind of. I use that term loosely. Exactly. We're about to hit 3 hours. I'm very impressed. May I offer a suggestion? I think it'd be funny to do Let's Watch Your Missing Persons Report together under ASMR. That's very specific, but I can do a yandere ASMR. I can try writing a script for it. First, I've heard that my chat wants me to be mean to them, though. Oh, please, like I'd go missing. You're right, you're already living in Jima's basement. Yeah, I've seen you before in my chat, Malice. But thank you for the lurks. I appreciate everybody who tunes into my streams. No matter if you're chatting or not, thank you for tuning in. somebody. That's exactly what somebody who is stuck in Shiva's basement would say. It's okay, Red. That's right, Phyllis. I'm in your walls. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. Oh, what kind of snacks do you have? Very particular about my snacks, but I do love free food. Do you like chips? What kind of chips? I had some cookies earlier. They were chocolate chip. Basic potato chips. Were they Lay's? My preference for chips changes with like every year. Sometimes it's Pringles. Sometimes it's Doritos. Sometimes it's potato chips. Sometimes it's barbecue. What's that one curly one called? Fritos. I like those too. You know what I never liked though? That's something I never got into. Takis. I think they're overrated. I'm sorry. Like Buggles. Bugles. I have never heard that before. Oh my, oh. Oh, it's the cone shaped ones. Do they have a specific flavor? Are they just kind of salty? Well, I guess they have multiple flavors. Yeah, I like the cone shape. Which one is your favorite flavor? Got Lay's and Rubbles. That could be good depending on what you're feeling. I think I like Lay's just because I like the flat texture. But I'll take any kind of chip, honestly. Anything that's salty. When I'm eating a sandwich, I like eating it with chips. I have a sheep VTuber, a flower demon VTuber. That's very, very interesting combo. A few vampire VTubers. Like how there's multiple all living in my walls. Nice. Normal ranch cheddar. A caramel one. I don't know if I would like that. I don't really like sweet chips unless it's like honey barbecue. That's as sweet as I go. I like savory chips. But I would take like caramel popcorn or cheddar popcorn. That sounds pretty incredible, but honestly, what isn't Doritos making love to at this point? I remember when there was a big craze on Doritos tacos from Taco Bell. I think I ordered that maybe once or twice. I don't really go to Taco Bell. Beef jerky manufacturer who cuts their beef jerky super thin. They're like chips, super expensive. Slim Jim is like beef jerky, right? No, no, wait, what is Slim Jims? They're just thin pieces of meat. I don't even know what they are. Anyway, I had a couple of family members who used to be into them, and I recently found out that there's this hack you can do with Slim Jims where you burn the tip of it with like a lighter, like not cook it, but burn it, and apparently it tastes really, really good. Which I guess it is like you're cooking it, so maybe that's why it tastes better. Because who wants to eat cold meat? That's nasty. Yeah, like charring it. Honestly, I get that. People like that. Some people like that, like burnt, charred flavor that comes from overcooking your food. I know that my grandmother and my mom really like that kind of flavor. I don't like it personally. I don't like the taste of anything that I eat being burned. I don't like the flavor. Like even when I go out to restaurants and I get like a steak, I always ask for medium rare. That's my preferred. Because anything past that is like, I don't like the flavor. I guess like a medium I'd be okay with, but nothing pushing that. I like my jar when I grill things. Yeah, I'll accept that if it's being grilled on a grill. I don't know. I feel like grilling something. Maybe it's like the smoky taste. I like that. I like eating steak and not shoes. I agree. Oh my god, sorry. I'm also feeling super relaxed, so any loud noise scares the crap out of me. By the way, don't ever ask me to play a horror game on stream. I'm a huge baby. Oshi Core Red, they asked me to play 10 minutes or like stream 10 minutes or like record yourself for 10 minutes doing something. I'll be waiting for pink. Good luck. And I thought the best thing that would get a reaction from me is a horror game. So I bit the bullet and I played a horror game and recorded. Well, I beat the entire game. It was like a demo for a horror game, so it was only like 30 minutes. But I played through all of it. And I was so scared. I played it in the daytime, thankfully, because I'm not brave enough to do it at night. And even then, I was terrified. But it got me in, so I think it was worth it. It was like a parody, like kind of like a creepypasta on Mario. Except his name was Benny. You can't prove anything, Fox. I'm so upset that my fireplace audio didn't work. I wonder why. Oh, now it works, you son of a bitch. Oh my god. You guys hear that? We could have had this for 3 hours. Oh my god, I'm so upset. No, no, my beloved fireplace audio. You guys could have been so cozy. still just here. We're still making ASMR. I'm actually glad that we haven't had any crashes this stream. I don't know what determines a crash. I really don't. But yeah, it's been smooth sailing. Knock on wood. should raid her tonight.